Question, Rich. I'm not trying to be funny here. Are you a virgin? Yeah. You're a virgin? No. Okay. Yeah. You got sex with a woman? Oh. Really? Jesus Christ. You might be right. Nope. One thing such. How many times did you stand up? Probably like 50. So, 50. 1 year. Start. It's 2021. 2019. Like 2 years for like. So, should always want to stand up or is it like when? I didn't know being a stand up until like age 8. And I found out there was something. But I was like, I didn't actually find out what it was. Like, I always thought, for some reason, I always thought it was weird, like, thing. I'm like, oh, these people must have, like, famous parents or whatever. I swear to God, like, imagine. When I found out that you could go to it might start, like, you get to do it as you want to, like, fine, like, you're paid to do the thing to get better. Everything else you have to pay to get better at it to do it. And laugh and all this bullshit. Like, so it's, my mind was blown. Anyway, I'm sort of like you in that way. Right, let's talk about ID now. For some reason, my kids like telling me to ask why do you do stand up? I don't know. I enjoy it. It's fun. What's your favorite part about stand up? Making people laugh and having fun. When's the last time that happened? Like on purpose. There you go. You're doing it. I learned that for 3 years. Now we moved to Austin. Yeah, we're starting to make more sense. The interview goes on. Yeah, so relaxing. It's like we've been talking about all night. There's a stage you have to get where you can be yourself. Yeah, it's really hard. My gut keeps telling me that I have to ask you about your love life. I have to follow up on this. I got a really lovely answer about you being you had sex or not. Are you very sexually active or not so much? No, not so much. One girlfriend. High school is that really count? I'm tired of you funny non-binary. I'm sitting right next to him. Really next to each other. I thought I put his name on. I signed up for it. Wow. Incredible. That's incredible. Don't tell me, by the way. Rich. So you only had a girlfriend in high school. When's the last time you kissed a girl? Like 2 weeks ago. That was a cute farm girl. Really? Yeah. They just was she weak? Yeah. Like related. She was the last again. You over a year ago. Over a year ago. How about on purpose? It's killing. Alright, bitch. Well, we tried our you last long in an interview, be special move. Do the fucking hour or whatever. But I saw you. I squeezed. You're kind of like this. No, no. You what about some wild thing? Don't know. Wild thing. Wow. Have you ever gotten a lap dance? Well, no. What kind of American are you, boy? No lap dance, the wild thing, Tony. Should we do it? Come on, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our friends over in the Yellow Rose. No, it's okay. No, take that back. Take that back. We have an actual chair. There you go. Yeah, that's Jeff, he doesn't know school. You don't get lap dance. Young73 on Instagram, Kaylie. God damn it. One last question for you, Rick. What do you think your mother's going to say when she sees that part of the podcast? I don't know. God, this guy's hard as a rock. He doesn't need a suspender for his dick right now, that's for sure. That is a self-suspension machine. Look at that, he's got a little milk in his pants right now. There you go, everybody, Rich Hertzberger. Good job, Rich. Congratulations. All right. You guys think we should get another regular up here? Finish this thing out, huh? Let's keep going until everybody falls asleep. How about one? Come on, guys. How loud can this place get for Kaylie, everybody? Come on. She joined the Tony family just a couple weeks ago, and boy, what a wild kid, man. Oh, yeah, your hat. There it is. There's great Kaylie, everybody. That's her hat. It's that state. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, regular on the show. It's been through a lot, but was the first person, other than Redman and I, out of this whole crew, and of course Joe was here first, but the first guy to move out here was the one who seems to be the least likely to do so, but no one loves stand-up more than this guy. He started only a few years ago. We found him a little over a year ago in Hollywood at the Comedy Store and immediately kept fighting it back. He's an absolute monster. A super, super black belt out of Second City in Chicago. Written about in history books. They're just starting to be an being diagnosed with ALS. Fresh off of coming out with a clean bill of health after the coronavirus. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one and the only Michael Laird, everybody. The real fucking leader. Woo! Yeah, Joe Rogan. 1 minute. How the fuck does South Florida run out of cocaine? I'll my favorite moment this night. Not an hour. real battle for like yeah, but just to show you how powerful this fucking guy is, got a clean bill of health on Saturday. What did she get? I had the kids leave like for 9 days, real bad, weekend real bad. Yeah. And you see what here, one on Monday, back, and one here. Those times, and straight up brand new material, nothing anymore. Getting a new car, something a regular system we've never done. My like I love comedy ever since I was a fucking little fucking 4-year-old boy, and I got pulled out fucking December 2nd, 2019, and I'm the bigger comic than I've ever been. I'm better, and I'm getting out of like to focus on just getting good, and there's nothing like more fucking cool than that. Wow. 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 You are the opposite of that fucking yoga microdose guy. It is incredible. I love you so much. No true words ever spoken. No, man, that was so real. Yeah. There you are. There you are. And that fucking joke about how the South Park is fun. That's funny as fuck. That's real. What happened? And that's another part of this wild story. Is everything he's saying is true. He went down like a really fun, real weird person. He got hanging around wild people and on fucking. I guess everybody. No one warned me. Everybody's on uppers here, but we need to kill a mediocre homeless person for the Andy bot. Yeah. And Ryan like a Phoenix. Came back from that. Back from coronavirus. Well, I've been very impressed on and mad over I love it so much. Thank you. Now, that is it. Tell me, 22 years ago, around now, I had a baby. No, and that baby Hashtag, hashtag, do it on stage. Junior broadcasting on the play, Shirley Temple, definitely like, but that one needed maybe some time. How would that work? I would be like Javon, with him in my backpack with C3PO. Shoot on that with Pearl. Kanye now lives by go camping. It's convenient because we can both sleep. But like, wow. Oh yeah. We've been doing this thing here. For 10 years and yours. One day, one day, that is the best fucking ever. Thank you. Yeah. My mama. There you go. Small and fire. No, no. Uh-oh. This is free. I don't know about what אפילו שהיא כבר לא חלק מהעובר, והשליטה של האמא מתחילה את הרגל. נשאר בפנים, זה יכול להיות זה החוצה. אבל יש לה לעלות מעניינת, מה קורה אם הוא חושב בערב הוא כבר במתעלות. מה אם זה אשליות? של הבהמה עצמה, אם אתה חושב, עשר, שלא תקשיב את הבהמה, זאת אומרת, אם אין לה פה הולכת החיה, אז לא מספיק. והחיה נושבת את הגוף של החיה, לא קשור למוברת לא מוברת, אז זה סביבה כאילו. למה? כי זה אין כל החיה. פתחת החיות של האמא, אז היא גומר החיה. לא, אותו רגע שפתחת אותו הוא עשו לו. מה אכפת לי שיחליף את זה לשחק את האמא? זה לא קשור לשחק את האמא על החיה, זה הכלל. לא משהו. אם זה מהגוף לפרה, זה חיה, אי אפשר להחזיר אותה עכשיו. ושאין עושים תואר, זה חלק מהעובר, אתה פתחת שם הרגע משהו, לא ראינו אותה, לא נגיד לו. אז זו שאלה מאוד מעניינת. פרה מוציאה יד תוך כדי העובר מוציאה. העובר מוציאה, הוא מחזיק ביד. כתוב עובר באכילה. מה יד ועל העובר. העובר כדי, זה פשוט מעובר באכילה, אבל לא. ואם רק פה יום, אומר למה? למה אני לא מראה? ואם רק לא אותו, הרגע, יצא החוצה, אי אפשר להכיר אותה עכשיו. למה? את האלה לא לחזור. הוא לא צריך לעשות, זה לא להגן את השם. It is. What is this bullshit? quindi la pensa di pertenere via di questo di famiglia poi quella cosa poi non è che il tipo poi Oh shit. The man in black is here. Absolutely. I'm well, thank God. Please take your time. Most certainly, it happens to the best of us. I'm well, thank God. How are you? That's great to hear. So, if it's okay, I don't know if you saw my message, but I'd like to focus perhaps our discussion on Chaim Eshed, the former head of the Israeli space program, and his revelations in 2020 regarding the Galactic Federation. Then also the more recent developments that occurred last month, June of 2026, regarding his alleged Men in Black encounter. Excellent. Absolutely. And then I sent you some links if you wouldn't mind that you can do it after the show, certainly. But of just they're relevant to anyone who wants to find what I do. Yes. Okay, take your time. Absolutely. No. Oh. I hate to say it, but I'm pretty open. My whole life is live streamed 24/7. Um, if like, what would someone normally say to that? Certainly. A lot of times people ask me about the Middle East situation, and my answer to that is I want world peace. That's why I stream my life. That's why I dedicate my life to peace. So that's a pretty easy answer there. Um, as for my as for my family, a lot of people ask, is your name really Rabbi Rothschild? Yes, I'm a rabbi. Yes, my last name is Rothschild. I have distant relation to the more famous part of the family. We share DNA, but that's about it from that perspective. So if anybody, yeah, well, yeah, but it's very distant. So if anybody has questions like, are you one of the people who are perhaps puppet master or pulling the strings? No, no, not at all. My family's academic. I've had to work for what I do. I'm a certified project management professional, so I've had to go to work just like everybody else. Other things, people have gotten really, intricate into what I do with my life. I'm someone who has videotaped themselves going to the bathroom and showering and doing all the other things that normal humans do. So from that perspective, I recognize that most of my life is really already out there for the world. So to answer your question, no, generally, um, I'm as much of an open book as possible, and I'm trying to think of anything that I wouldn't want to talk about. No, I'm open to just about anything. Certainly. Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, uh, excellent. Absolutely. Certainly. Right. I understand. Absolutely. Yep. Um, from a religious standpoint, please enlighten me. Are you talking? Yeah, the UFO religion from France. Actually, this occurred during the Middle Ages between Christianity and Judaism, and generally, rabbis don't debate on subjects. I'm not saying that you would say that it is a debate, but generally, I would avoid that kind of forum. I'm not extremely, uh, uh, I would say, I'm not extremely familiar with the Raelian beliefs. Just barely touch on that. And so I couldn't even necessarily, I mean, I'd have to really do some research on that. And generally, from a perspective, I, you had said previously, you try to stay away from politics. I do as well. And generally, I really try to stay away from at least open debate in religion because I am respectful that everyone has their own belief. And um, we're all entitled to believe what we want to believe. So, at least from that perspective, I probably am not the best person to be able to have that discussion. Excellent. Very well. And frankly, certainly, you're okay. No worries. Um, and let's just say, even sure. That's amazing. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. I am as well. No worries at all. To help you with some of the word, it's Moshe, and the word for which you're looking is Ashkenaz. Aside from that, perfect. Excellent job. That's all right. Most certainly. So, yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. I became a rabbi in 2021. It's a process traditionally known as smicha. Prior to that, I was your average Orthodox individual going to shul, as we call synagogue, 3 times a day, walking to synagogue on Shabbat and holidays, certainly keeping kosher and practicing family traditions that are ancient. And it was through the prodding and I would say as well the influence of my community that they recommended that I undertake the learning procedure to become a rabbi, which certainly includes Torah study, daf yomi or daily Gemara or Talmud study, certainly some Hebrew language classes, as well as Chaversa, which is paired learning. And in addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. So I have a technical background. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, as well as having had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies. And it was prior to the pandemic when I would be going into work after morning prayer in a suit and tie on the 405 freeway every day in Southern California in a basically your traditional business environment. And the pandemic occurred, and my role went digital and went virtual and remote. And I began to go from a life of never being on camera to being on camera anywhere between 8 and 10 hours a day for my job. And then also many of my community activities and even some services that we had went digital as well, which was unique within Judaism. And my anxiety of being on camera and having social media that many people have really was reduced. And I recognized that it was really interesting that about half of my day was already on camera. And I really just basically would maybe do some personal activities and sleep in the evening. But what if I were to start to archive that? And I'm someone who enjoys golfing. And so every night, generally after work during the pandemic, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls at the driving range. And I wanted to be able to analyze my golf swing. And the best way I thought to do that was to take a video of it and see what my swing looked like. And it was during my archiving of these golf sessions that I would make little jokes to myself, just knowing that I was on camera, whether I hooked the ball or sliced the ball or topped the ball. And I thought, you know what, these are interesting home movies that perhaps, God willing, someday I'll have a wife and children. And if and when that occurs, they might want to know what their dear old dad was doing during the pandemic before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so after work every day, after the driving range, I would upload the content to the cloud. And I was recognizing that this was like 2 or 3 hours of video that I was uploading every day, which can take a long time, as I'm sure that you're aware, and you get throttled from your cellular service, and you can get throttled from your ISP. And for those reasons, I thought, you know what, there's got to be a better way. And there is, and it's streaming. And so it was in the fall of 2021 that I took the dive of creating a YouTube account and a Twitch account and many of the other social media platforms that are out there. And I began to share my life with the world like a real life Truman Show. And basically recognized that not only was I archiving my life, but I was archiving world events. And that was really important as well. So 24 hours a day during my stream, I keep a radio going that archives the news so that you literally can go back to any moment of any day over the course of the last 4 moving into 5 years and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I think this is fascinating for historians of the future and really just generations of the future to learn not just what was going on with one individual, but over the course of global history. It's essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. And I would say as well, in a previous generation, I might have been a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, but I just use video as my medium. I do. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed at Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. Now, I can't stream from as many different angles, and that's why I like to generally do desktop streams on my desktop streams. I'm live on over 25 different YouTube streams 24 hours a day. So people can have different angles of my life. When I do IRL streams, usually I'm limited to just a couple of devices, and many, many times connectivity can differ. You have to deal with many issues when you're streaming so much, like overheating of devices, connectivity, certainly battery life. So it's easier where I have power sources and consistent internet to be able to stream. That's correct. The only thing by which I'm limited are the terms and conditions of the platforms on which I'm streaming, which generally limit the nudity or anything like that. But I'm comfortable in my own skin and I'm comfortable with what I do. So many times I will either put on swimming trunks or just film myself from the waist up, singing in the shower, certainly going to the bathroom, um, to avoid any kind of copyright or other kind of strikes. Many times I will just archive that data on SD cards using some type of GoPro. But I do have all of that footage, and I have a lot of footage that has been able to avoid any kind of strikes that's uploaded to the internet of the more mundane things of human life. But I think those will be fascinating in the future. Imagine if we could see what someone from ancient Egypt what it looked like when they were just going through their normal hygiene procedures. We would be fascinated by that. Even writing of that would be fascinating. Or someone from ancient Rome or the Middle Ages, or even just 100 years ago, we would study that in depth if we had video of it. And I basically have recognized the power of video, and I also recognize that we're all imperfect, and I'm willing to show the world even my deepest, darkest um, events. And when I've had, I have certainly gone to the bathroom on camera. I've vomited on camera. Certainly sneeze and cough and all of the other mundane things that people do that I think people will find fascinating, and also think we're very brave of me to be able to share with the world. I have given the opportunity for people to be able to do this. Orthodox life. Yeah, well, um, my interest in certainly the UFO phenomenon has been throughout my life, but generally, I would consider myself to have been a skeptic. And I would debate people that this is misinformation, that it's science fiction, up until about the year 2008, when I saw Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project. And I don't know if you're familiar, it took place May 9th, 2001, and I had seen it years later. And this was the first time I'd ever seen more than a dozen verified, vetted whistleblowers talk one after another about this topic with such seriousness and such maturity. And it really made me say to myself, wow, I could have been wrong this entire time. And I think it's very brave for people who were once skeptics to admit that they were wrong on a topic and recognize that I had only spent maybe 10 or 20 hours studying it as opposed to the thousands of hours that I've spent ever since then. And I would say that that was certainly a major impact, had a major impact on my life. I would also say that um, there was another event that I saw. I've never seen a UFO per se, your traditional craft. But around 2013, I saw a plasma ball that was flying about 20 miles per hour over my car, which was also heading about 20 miles per hour. And this ball, to describe it, was about the size of a beach ball. It came within about 50 feet of me. It seemed like a fiery orange ball that, if you just look at these types of phenomena, it looks like many of the similar ones that people have seen or been able to document. I've seen these plasma balls create crop circles. Allegedly, they've been chased by black helicopters. In my case, it just felt like it was intelligent to me, and it just seemed like it was something that wasn't from this earth. And it was an event that maybe lasted, 10 seconds or so. And then nothing ever since then have I had that type of um, uh, event. However, I was certainly already a believer, and then to have this type of event occur in my life, it definitely opened my eyes that perhaps these extraterrestrials or maybe their influence isn't necessarily light years away and that they may be having direct effects on us in the here and now. And I would say that the New York Times article in 2017 regarding alien disclosure and the Nimitz event off the coast of San Diego, the Tic Tac, and many of the whistleblowers uh, uh, like the people in the Air Force and pilots who had chased these types of craft really led to more believability, I think, of them for the mainstream. And so when I would bring this topic up to people, it wasn't any more fringe idea; it was much more mainstream. And I have brought this idea up to religious individuals in the Hasidic world, to rabbis, to rabbinical colleagues, and there are two ways that I see it being played. There is the one way, which is there's only God, and basically we just have to rely on that. But there's openness, I would say, and for people within the religious communities of which I've been a part, when you get them behind closed doors and you're able to show them evidence, I've shown evidence to rabbinical colleagues of UFOs flying past Soviet MiGs, um, and certainly some of um, the most famous historical videos that we've had. We really don't have an answer to it. And so it was during the pandemic, after having done this period of study and working within the rabbinate, I recognized that I could pursue a traditional congregational path or an academic career. But I'd already had a position as a certified project management professional, and I had this technical background. And so I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. And what does that mean? I have a community. Certainly, I'm a member of real synagogues in IRL, so to speak, and certainly keep the friendships that I have from those, but I have, and I think my community understands that I have found a higher purpose to be able to share my life with the world from a historical standpoint. And so I do have a digital community as well. Over 3,000 people are members of my Discord. I have people who live in there with me 24 hours a day, who are just finding that it's really interesting what I do and the connectivity that I have with people. And they also feel that it is important to be able to share this information with individuals as well. And I find that the there we are. Can you hear me? Excellent. So basically, I created a very large digital community for people to. Excellent. I've created a very large digital community for people to be able to connect. We have some people who just like to sleep in this digital community. We have some people who want to live their life in this digital community. I welcome people from all backgrounds. You don't have to be Jewish. And we certainly take on questions regarding religion, regarding history, regarding global geopolitics. But additionally, we play games together, we watch sports together, we certainly watch movies, and just have created basically a digital version of a synagogue that anybody can join, which I think is really interesting. Certainly, it's yeah, it's Bob Lazar. And for anybody who doesn't have any kind of connection to the UFO world, I invite them to watch Joe Rogan's first interview with Bob Lazar. Jeremy Corbin is there as well. And I find this to be someone who they already know generally in the mainstream, being Joe Rogan. And Bob Lazar's discussion of his experience at Area S4. And that's a good way to give them some comfort in knowing a traditional media personality, Joe Rogan, and then this more esoteric knowledge of Bob Lazar. And so if I'm going to start anybody on that, that's where I would start. But also, I think that the Disclosure Project of 2001 is still very relevant to today. I know that there's been follow-ups on the Disclosure Project, but that first one to me at the National Press Corps is an amazing opportunity for people. Absolutely. And then from there, people are interested in that. There's the top secret KGB UFO files, which I find to be a very interesting documentary where they have essentially video, allegedly, of the Soviet Roswell case that occurred, where you can see a crash craft. And then, really, once somebody's at that point, I find that they're going to dig deeply into the UFO lore if it's of interest to them. And then I tell them, hey, join the subreddit of UFOs, certainly UAPs, aliens, anything like that, because that's where you're going to get the initial ground, ear to the ground type of sightings that someone doesn't know what to do with it. So they're going to upload that information to Reddit. Also, if people are interested, join UFO Twitter. There's some people on UFO Twitter. Shout out to Red uh, Red Panda Koala. Uh, sh- yeah, shout out to Tupacabra and Logan Black, also known as Full Stack Logan. These are people who are daily in the grind, talking about ufology, talking about what's going on in the daily activities of whether there's news that's broken from a congressional standpoint or any kind of government whistleblowers, if anybody has any really good video or just evidence, you're going to find it first on UFO Twitter. So if you haven't had a chance, you should be on UFO Twitter, follow some of those influencers, make sure to go on Reddit, be in those discords and or pardon me, be in those subreddits. You can certainly join different discords that have UAP topics, and you're going to be along for a really interesting ride. Yeah, yes, I did. Yes, that's amazing. That's like a signed Mickey Mantle rookie card. That's amazing. Yeah, that's correct. Great question. I get this all the time. We share DNA, but that's about it. It's very distant. There are 3,000 Rothschilds within the United States alone, and thousands more across the world. So, for anyone out there who's wondering, I've had to work for everything that I have, and so it's just generally coincidental that uh, I share this surname. So, for anyone out there who's wondering, am I some type of banker or anything like that? I mean, I've worked in finance, but technology is my passion, and so yeah, that we do share common ancestry, but it's centuries back. Absolutely, and I think this. Yes, I do. Uh, if you look at what allegedly Colonel Philip Corso discussed in his book The Day After Roswell in 1997, he says that there was a planned UFO retrieval team and reverse engineering project that occurred to be able to give us the type of technology such as lasers, micro transistor or microelectronics, the transistor, even what we're communicating on right now is allegedly reverse engineered alien technology. Things like stealth or night vision, even things like perhaps Scotch Guard or Velcro may have actually been reverse engineered alien technology. And so I think that if you go into those types of whistleblowers, you'll find that much of what we are experiencing here on Earth, here in the modern age, has been influenced in the past of some of these some of these projects that have occurred. And I also think that if you dig into the um, idea of alien abductees, there's an argument to be made that much of the information that sometimes is downloaded to them um, is extraterrestrial. And some of the whistleblowers who discuss ideas like non-human biological entities being able to have their bodies to do autopsies of them. I've even heard that the eye of a an alien grave was somehow reverse engineered to be able to develop night vision. Whether that's true or not, I think I take that from Philip Corso, and it's with a grain of salt. And I should preface everything that we say is we don't know. We don't know anything. We are just asking questions, and these are fascinating topics that exist in our world, and we're all leaders and doing what we can to get to the bottom of it. But in answer to your question, do I think that the United States government and certainly other governments are in possession of some type of alien craft, absolutely, since at least 1947. And if you go into Bob Lazar, he was a skeptic of this as well. And he's the first person to tell you that he was wrong about it and that he actually has firsthand experience of what went on within the UFO, within Area S4 and the larger UFO realm and all of the effects that occurred during his whistleblowing. So I think we're finding out more and more about this, and there's a question that evolves. Okay, so if we're having this soft disclosure that's occurring, do we give amnesty to the people who were in the government, perhaps, uh, who were covering this up? And I'm an advocate for amnesty because I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of this if the people who are in control could potentially be um, brought to trial regarding what they know. It's basically been this incestuous system where people have had to keep these secrets or have their lives threatened or have their families threatened. And um, so I'm an advocate for alien disclosure and for those who do know about what is going on in the clandestine world that they get amnesty as well. Absolutely, yeah. The president is, to my knowledge, does not have the highest level of um, of classification within the government. They're basically a figurehead for either 4 or 8 years. There are people, especially within the deep state, who make their entire lives about this type of technology. Additionally, there are government contractors that in many ways are more powerful than government officials or some government entities, including Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, L3, um, Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, um, Northrop Northrop Grumman, and many more. That there are people who, because of the classified work in which they are um, led into, they need to be held to higher standards than even just what the president has. And so I would say that we certainly have that level. But then if you get into ideas like the like MJ12, Majestic 12, the idea that there may be clandestine groups that are in charge of many of these programs that are outside the visibility of and general oversight of the government. I think that this is something that people have to be mature about and recognize that this has happened. And that's why I'm an advocate for the amnesty of allowing anyone who knows anything to be a whistleblower, and it's for the good of the world. That's good, right? Perhaps I am someone who would rather get the information than punish people. Generally, that's why I'm an advocate for amnesty. And I feel as if we don't allow amnesty someday, then we perhaps may never bring some of this information to the public. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so Chaim Eshed was a brigadier general within the IDF. Just to give people an idea, the within the Israeli military, there are only at any time 24 generals, and so Chaim Eshed was essentially one of the top military officers within all of Israel. And he's also a professor. He's an aerospace engineer um, and a former senior figure specifically in Israel's space program. He became internationally known in December 2020 after making some extraordinary statements regarding unidentified aerial phenomena, extraterrestrial intelligence, and a supposed galactic federation, and really alleged government knowledge of non human intelligence. Before those statements attracted global attention, he had already spent decades working within Israel's aerospace and defense communities. He was recognized as one of the central architects of Israeli satellite capabilities and has often been described in the Israeli media as a major figure in the development of the country's space program. Um, Basically, he's an older man at this point. He was born in 1933. He was born in the British Mandate, and he was educated at Technion, which is the Israel Institute of Technology, one of the, if not the best universities within the entire country, and it gave service to Israeli military intelligence. He was a part of a very secret element or section within the Israeli defense, um, within the Israeli military. He served on what's called Unit 81, and this is the highly classified unit that is an organization responsible for developing technological solutions for military intelligence. This unit is associated with advanced electronics, surveillance technology, specialized intelligence systems, and innovative military engineering. Um, he helped to develop Israel's space program. I've heard him discussed as um, the father of the Israeli Space Agency, or specifically the father of the Israeli satellite program. So he helped to develop the OFEC satellite program, which helped for Earth observation, strategic monitoring, and intelligence gathering. And he has been awarded the highest levels of Israeli recognition, including the Israeli Defense Prize. He was honored for some of his publicly known um, efforts, but also some things that are still considered classified. And even going back as far as 1967, he received the Chief of Staff citation, one of the IDF's highest military recognitions as well. But after he retired, around 2011, he retired from the government space leadership. He became a professor, a lecturer, a consultant, and a participant in discussions regarding future technology. And what he when he made everyone's radar was in 2020. Um, so what he stated was in he had a book that we'll go into, and also there was an interview that was done in December 2020. He gave an Israel with the Israeli newspaper Yediot Aharoni, in which he discussed claims regarding extraterrestrial civilizations and secret interaction. And this spread very, very quickly. The claims that he made were that UFOs perform maneuvers that cannot be explained by existing human technology. His argument focused on advanced propulsion, unknown physics, technology beyond current aerospace understanding. He talked about the Galactic Federation. One of the most controversial statements that he made in the claim is that he had contact, or is that humanity had contact with an advanced group he called the Galactic Federation. He claimed that certain governments were aware of this relationship. The relationship involved cooperation, and that the beings were studying the fabric of the universe. He states that there are at least 9 species that are involved with the Galactic uh, Federation, and he also said that they claim that humanity is not ready. His perhaps one of the most famous statements he had is that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. This statement was introduced as one of the central ideas of his disclosure argument. The issue was not simply of whether the information existed, but the issue was whether humanity had enough psychological and social maturity to accept it. He also talked about Mars. He discussed photographs from Mars that he believed showed some possible artificial structures, or perhaps some manipulation of the photos. He also discussed that that the United States government has interactions that has sent astronauts to Mars, and that there is a joint Mars or Martian uh, astronaut base that's underground, which is one of the um, more broad claims that he made. But these were major uh, uh, claims that he made, and he many people say, well, he was promoting a book. The book is called "The Universe Beyond the Horizon: Conversations with Professor Chaim Eshed," and it was published in November 2020. But an interesting thing about this, if you're doing your best to sell as many books as possible, you're going to do a major press tour, not just one uh, interview. And also, ideally, the book is going to be in more languages than just Hebrew. But as of this interview, it is still only in Hebrew. So while Hebrew is not my first language, I have some translation ability and I've had other translations. So I can give a deeper dive into what he goes into. And really, the book itself is mostly the first half or so is about his early education, his engineering education, and really what people want is the epilogue if they're interested, where he goes into um, these claims that he has. So the first parts of his book are really more of an autobiography, um, but then it does move into the Are We Alone? He states that the argument that he states is that UFOs and unexplained phenomena do interact here on Earth, and that they display unusual flight capabilities. The phenomena appear inconsistent with known engineering, and there's the possibility that humanity does not yet understand all forms of this technology. Some of his more controversial claims as well. He states that advanced civilizations exist, that humanity has allegedly interacted with them, and certain governments are aware of this. Now, he also states that humanity is not ready for disclosure, according to the Galactic Federation. One of the central philosophical ideas in the book is that he states humanity may not be prepared for confirmation of extraterrestrial intelligence. He states that there's a fear of societal disruption, psychological shock, religious implications, political consequences. One of his more famous statements is that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. He does go into the Mars discussion as well and some of the archaeology of Mars. Um, and really, the public reaction of this book, it brought immense international attention. And then he also had a very famous interview that he did. Now, within the epilogue, before we move into the um, interview, some things that I found to be interesting is he basically redefined some known spectrum of within ufology. One of the things that he talks about is different kinds of cosmic encounters. So, of course, we have close encounters of the first kind, which are visual observation, and the second kind, which are physical effects, and the third kind, which is observation of occupants, and then the fourth kind is human interaction. But what he does is he transitions um, and he introduces categories involving alleged examination of non-human biological remains as perhaps the category five. So confirmation of such evidence, meaning biology, evolutionary theory, anthropology, medicine, the understanding of life itself. He goes into category six, which is objects within Earth's orbit. He extends the phenomenon into space, states observations of unidentified objects beyond Earth's atmosphere and the implications. Objects operating in Earth's orbit would represent a technological mystery, a security issue, and evidence of possible non-human activity. He goes into category seven of perhaps Apollo era or just astronaut reports in general, referencing accounts involving perhaps astronaut objects while in either low Earth orbit or just outside of Earth. And then he brings into category eight artificial structures beyond Earth. He gets into cosmic archaeology, the category representing the largest conceptual expansion. The question changes from are objects visiting Earth to have intelligent civilizations previously existed elsewhere in our solar system. He also, within his book, goes into historical evidence and alleged ancient technology. He talks about the Comanche Point or the Grand Canyon case of 1994, There's a description of an alleged discovery where he describes an ancient craft discovered in the Grand Canyon region. He presents it as evidence of a long term presence of advanced technology. The age and dating that he discusses is that the craft was approximately 4,000 years old, and the arrival is associated with approximately 200 before the Common Era. From a biological description point of view, one of the quotes attributed to him within the epilogue is that the internal structure showed that the alien crew were human, like short and oxygen breathing. There are archaeological implications. This case is presented as potentially connected with ancient artwork, regional traditions, and historical memory. The next case that he goes into within his book is the Kiev, Ukraine artifact, which was a discovery after World War II. He describes the discovery of an arrow shaped craft uh, component found underground. The internal technology that contained control systems, advanced equipment, unknown technological components. There was a Sanskrit connection. He states that the markings resembled ancient Sanskrit, though he did not say that it was Sanskrit. There were historical implications. If verified, this case would suggest that advanced technology existed before modern civilization. Human history may contain unknown technological chapters. He then goes into the Timmensdorf, Germany incident in 1968. He describes a disc shaped craft containing 12 small bodies. The biological interpretation of this is that he suggests that the bodies were not natural biological organisms in the traditional sense. One of the quotes attributed to him within the epilogue is that the body seemed to have come out of a baking of an assembly line. The body seemed to have come out of a baking of an assembly line as a product of cloning. The artificial life implications certainly raises questions about cloning and engineered organisms, manufactured biological entities, and advanced technology. He then goes into, and this is just within the book, the Martian question, evidence of ancient intelligence, and talks about a fortress structure, perhaps, and from different photos that he was able to have access to. And then he talks about the Galactic Federation, which is really probably some of the more interesting things that he references. He says within the epilogue that there that the idea of cooperation between humanity and advanced non-human civilization, alleged interaction with governments, meaning Ashed claims that certain governments have knowledge of these interactions, and according to Ashed, secrecy exists because humanity lacks readiness of the implication. And his really big argument is that, in terms of disclosure, why humanity is not ready yet. His quote is that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. And he again goes into the social disruption and religious questions that we referenced earlier. And so this is just in his book, but then also what brought a lot of attention to this case was the interview that he did within the Israeli media. And so this this publication, Yediot Aharoni, literally means latest news or recent news. It's arguably the biggest um, media newspaper in Israel, and certainly in Tel Aviv. And so the name of the article was "The UFOs asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet." So a little bit of the background. Um, of course, we know that he was the head of Israel's space program. All of this is acknowledged, and this interview, the basic setting was on a farm, and uh, he and Chaim Eshed was interviewed, and he talks a little bit about uh, what what direct connection that he may have, or that these extraterrestrials have had where he lives. So the discussion that comes about, which is really, I think, quite interesting, is that he says that abnormal phenomena have been recorded at his farm. A team of scientists from NASA and MIT graduates brought all possible instruments there: cameras, spectrometers, spectrographs, gamma rays, X rays, UV, IR, all fields. And they saw things that I who have been researching this for 10 years was left with my mouth open. Not only me, I spoke to another professor, now the chairman of the Israeli Space Agency, and he always chuckled a little, and he said that he was thrilled. So it seems like Chaim had some type of briefing, certainly of the information that he had, but then also some kind of first-hand influence or first-hand account of perhaps some type of extraterrestrial influence that was happening actually where he was living. So a question that he was asked was, what did these people see on the farm? And he says, you know the term portal in this context. So you see a UFO appear there, you photograph it, and the entire spectrum of cameras, you see the radiation from all frequencies. It's raging. So basically, he had some type of sighting, and that the amount of data that was viewed at his farm was um, quite apparent. He was also asked, well, couldn't this be some type of familiar aircraft? And he says, no, absolutely not, essentially. It shows definite signs of UFOs, crazy accelerations, lack of gravity, 90-degree changes of direction at tremendous speed, shape shifting, and all the scientists there are in complete shock. He was then asked what was the UFO doing. He says, you see the radiation jump and you see how a shape changing body arrives. Light comes out of it at a frequency you cannot see with the naked eye. In fact, you don't see anything when you look normally, but with the cameras at the high frequencies, you see this body perform even cattle mutilations, drawing blood from the cattle on the ground in front of your eyes. He was asked what exactly did they see, and he said something like a cloud, like you draw a ghost for your children. It's like an undefined cloud, amorphous, and the horns come out, and you see the cow twitching. And when it's over, everyone runs to the field to see, and there's nothing there, no blood, but the cow's body was cut, which is like with something like a laser. They removed the her organs, the organs of the cow, and pumped her blood. If they had told me this, I would have said it's a show, but professors from MIT and leading researchers have seen and confirmed it, and everyone is shocked. So listen, we have to at least check. They then go into Robert Bigelow um, and uh, the discussion of Robert Bigelow himself telling anything about it. And go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah. So and within the translation, he may have he yeah. Let me see what I can do about that. So absolutely, just one moment. Let's see what we can do. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you fine. So not exactly sure. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, certainly. All right, can you hear me? Okay. Well, we will see what we can do. So we're talking about climate shed and perhaps some of the data that was retrieved from Skinwalker Ranch, perhaps, and cattle mutilation. And I'd like to go into, if possible, the more of the discussion of what he had to say about the Galactic Federation. So he basically states that we have anti-gravity and other things. And a question is posed to him. So why are they hiding this from us? And how is it possible that governments and armies of the world are able to cooperate in concealment of this magnitude? He states not all governments of the world. There are a group of partners, the Americans, the Russians, the Japanese, the English, and the Chinese. All of them are coordinated at a level that is still forbidden to publish. And the one who asked not to publish is them. So again, that list of people is the Americans, the Russians, the Japanese, the English, and the Chinese, which is still, I would say, pretty interesting. Then he asks, who are they? And he states that the Galactic Federation is referenced. And then uh, he asks, well, what is this? Or he's asked, what is this? Um, he says that it exists. I wrote about it even though it was seen as just a theory, but lately former senior generals are also saying published, and Trump was on the verge of revealing, and a few mainstream professors were also saying, guys, help. But the aliens in the Federation are saying, wait, let humanity calm down, do not publish yet, because you will see what happens with you. You will see what happens with you. You are still fighting each other and you will destroy yourself. He was asked then, why don't they come out and talk to us directly? And he states that, Haim Eshed states that it will cause panic and collapse humanity. After all, what will happen? The markets will collapse. There will be nothing to eat. People will become cannibals. Hospitals will shut down. All the dark passions will come out. This could be the end, and they are not interested in it. On the contrary, they are constantly watching, and there are many reports of this. After the nuclear events in the world, they monitor all the nuclear weapons stations and bases. I am ready to give you all the things in writing, and there have already been things that they have prevented. Know that it is not just a lack. Know that it is not just luck that the Russians in the Bay of Pigs did not use nuclear weapons against the Americans. Someone neutralized it. Without them, I have no doubt that humanity would have already destroyed itself. They want to tell humanity, children, calm down. So he was asked, why don't they make contact and say goodbye? And, uh, and why don't they make contact when they say goodbye and say it explicitly? Kaimashed answered, the UFOs asked not to advertise that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. There will be a great rampage, and what the Inquisition did to people like Galileo and Copernicus will return. They want to make us sane and understanding first. They waited until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we even understand what space and spacecraft are. Think in the First World War, we didn't have airplanes and they didn't want mass hysteria to arise, with the best example being what happened in 1938 with Orson Welles' broadcast of War of the World, when the police collapsed and everything blew up in the street. And what they say is, first of all, let's stabilize things so that the stock markets don't fall, there won't be rampage, and humanity calms down a bit. So Time was then asked, are we in communication with them regarding the publication date? Go ahead. Okay, okay. If you Perhaps. If you would just give me a moment and I will just refresh one more time, but I'll close the browser and let's see if that makes any improvement. Okay. Okay, okay, absolutely. We're taking it down. Can you hear me any better right now? Abs- Absolutely. So the question became, are we in communication with them regarding the publication date? And it is stated that Kaimashed says there is an agreement between the U.S. government and extraterrestrials. I can't prove it. I understand that it sounds like a theory, but the understanding is that the Galactic Federation has 9 elements of advanced extraterrestrials of various types who signed a contract with us to do experiments here. He was then asked, but as a developed intelligence than us, what good are we to them? He states we are a petri dish. They are also researching and trying to understand the whole fabric of the universe, and they want us as helpers. To date, the petri dish has not been stabilized, but the assessment is that we are reaching the stage. Religion accepts their existence. The Vatican has already announced that it wants to baptize them. The UN has appointed an ambassador for extraterrestrial affairs. The corona has calmed everything down and is bridging us closer to them. He was then asked, come on, in this day and age, there's no way something like this could be kept a secret. Kaimashed said, how many years did they keep the fact that Earth is not the center of the universe a secret? 1,500 years. Or the Manhattan Project. Do you know how many people worked there? 150,000 people. How many knew what it was? Three. So if you want to keep something like this a secret, you can. And there's a terrible obsessive system of silence by the Americans who decided, under the guidance of the aliens, that they still don't publish. Robert Bigelow also said, I can't publish the film. Then he was asked, why? Will they kill him? And Kaimashed says, yes, they killed a lot on the way. Anyone who opened their mouth. The question was asked, how many life forms are there in space? Kaimashed says, there are thousands of stars with conditions similar to ours, and serious scientists have identified and documented dozens of life forms, although the mainstream does not accept it. The closest to us are what we call the grays, which are gray creatures with big eyes like we saw in Spielberg. And it is like that contact will be made with them. It is likely that the initial contact will be made with the grays, uh, with the gray beings who are closest to us. Chaim was then asked, where are they geographically close to us? And Chaim answers, it is assumed that some came from the Pleiades, planets that have living conditions that we know. We can't get there, but they can get to us because they are much more advanced. He was then asked, where else in the neighborhood is there life? He answers, there is an underground base in the Mars crater, and there are representatives there as well as our American astronauts. He was asked, how do we know that? And the answer was, do you want articles? There are, but science so far doesn't want to hear. He was asked, what do their aircraft look like? And the answer was, the big spaceship is almost the size of a small city. Small spaceships come out of it, most of them robotic, manned by intelligent robots. At first, they will send such robots, primitive in their view, or a message that they will have to decipher. The question was asked, to reach us, they have to move or at least the speed of light. What is their propulsion method? Rocket, nuclear? Kaimashed says no, they have a method for producing a bubble that neutralizes time-space, and the tool does not move, space moves, and this is in line with the theory of general relativity. Take, for example, an ant that wants to get from one end of a page to the other. Now, let's say I folded the page in half. It goes to the other side in a second. That's how time space is folded. He was asked, what do they use to move time space? The answer is it's a bit of complex physics. The propulsion is based on dark energy. 25% of the universe is dark matter, which makes it possible to distort space-time and reach other galaxies in no time. You can create a tiny black hole. This, by the way, is what is done in the particle accelerator in Switzerland, which sucks stars and ejects them quickly. These are technologies that sound like science fiction, but they are on the brink. The question is then asked, and what will happen if they reach us? The answer was humanity will connect to the fabric of the universe, and once we connect, our science will jump thousands of years. We will be capable of anti-gravity. We will be able to move between star systems. Religion will lose its control, the control it has today. Extraterrestrials do not believe in religion. They believe in deciphering the fabric of the universe, which is not God, it is mathematics. He was then asked, "Tell me, why are they always described as relatively short creatures with long necks and big heads? This is exactly the way the immediate human imagination will see them." The answer is no, they have all kinds of shapes. They are a function of the star around which they cluster, and some of them can change shape. The question is asked, yes, is this biologically plausible? And he he says, yes, here's a table that you will understand immediately. It's a table, it's made of atoms, and if the atom's nucleus is here on the table, do you know where its electron is? Maybe at the top corner, maybe in the middle of nothing. This is quantum theory. Matter is empty. The question is asked. But you and I don't know how to turn this table into something else now. The answer is, but we are also energy. Even when we die, we don't die because we are made of molecules and atoms, and we move to another energy. You connect back to the cosmic fabric, to the network, to the connection of consciousness. You are consciousness. The next question arises um, regarding the biologists will tell you that this is nonsense. It's all chemical and electrical activity of the brain. And the answer is bring me proof. Do you know that this is the biggest debate in science consciousness? They haven't concluded it yet, but there are phenomena that can't be explained by electrical activity in the brain. A question uh, goes to Heim regarding um, the ability to perhaps fly into space, and uh, he's asked, in retrospect, you must be glad that you didn't fly. He says, no, I'm very disappointed. Listen, humanity won't survive here, and if someone doesn't take care of the environment, I give us less than 50 years, humanity will die. I hope they, and he points to the sky, won't let it happen. Spaces are longing to know where we came from and where we are going. He was asked, but in space tourism, they simply can take you to an altitude of 100 kilometers and then you come back. What else is there? What else is there? Uh, what else is there to do there? Your conscious. The answer is your consciousness changes. If you go into space, you come back different. Your image is different. Ask any astronaut who has been there. The question is asked then is space tourism even a scientific matter? The answer is no. It will end up as a hobby for the rich. What is really interesting is mining asteroids, which have huge amounts of precious materials on them, gold and platinum, that on Earth have already sunk into the center of the sphere, and with asteroids, they are still on the surface. You don't need to land on them. You can simply reach them, anchor nearby, and mine what you want. And Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are already planning it. It will be a new gold rush. The question then arises, what else will happen within the next decade? And Chaim says, I estimate that quantum computers will reach a level that surpasses human capacity in terms of consciousness. This will be super consciousness. They will be smarter than us and much more significant than they are now. And the computer's ability will advance human consciousness. We will stop with all the pettiness and look ahead where we want to go. If you understand that your consciousness builds the structure of the universe, you will say, what do I have to fight with? I contribute my part. I move forward. In the end, I am part of the fabric. I believe that humanity will stop dealing with pettiness and rise to the next level. 10 years from now, we will see a different consciousness. And he's asked, right now, things seem to be going in the opposite direction with polarizing social media. Time answers, it's momentary. It's like a petri dish that has problems that need to be neutralized. We need to give science the opportunity to work. Today, the only thing that keeps us sane is science. And um, then the question is asked of Time regarding his thoughts on quantum theory, and um, that's that's basically the fullness of the interview that he had within the newspaper, and um, this event caused all kinds of interest But as you said earlier, Haim then went black for a period of time of about a half a decade, which was quite interesting. Now, there was an interview with the article author that took place December 15th, 2020, so shortly thereafter. And one of the things that was referenced is that within the conversations with Haim is that there's a presence and interact intentions of alien intelligences. Professor Eshed argues that humanity is currently being monitored by multiple extraterrestrial civilizations. He suggests that these beings are not merely observers, but they have been in contact with world leaders in the United States and elsewhere since the 1950s. Despite this ongoing relationship, the extraterrestrials have insisted on strict confidentiality. They are reportedly waiting for a specific future moment to make official contact, motivated by a concern that premature disclosure would trigger global panic, mass hysteria, and social collapse. The technological and strategic capabilities. A core component of the discussion is the technical proficiency of the intelligences. Shed posits that they do not rely on traditional combustion-based rocket propulsion. Instead, they utilize advanced applications of quantum mechanics to manipulate and fold spacetime, allowing them to traverse vast cosmic distances instantaneously. Beyond travel, this mastery extends to our own military capabilities. Ashed claims that these beings have actively intervened with human history to prevent nuclear catastrophe. He cites instances such as the Bay of Pigs, where extraterrestrials reportedly tampered with American and Russian missile launch mechanisms to demonstrate their control and warn humanity against the use of nuclear weapons. He talks about underground collaboration and secrecy. The report details a long-standing covert collaboration involving a base located within an underground lava tube on Mars. According to Ashed, the facility has been operational since at least 1972, serving as a site where humans and extraterrestrials conduct joint experiments. Eshed addresses the difficulty of maintaining such a vast secret in the modern era by drawing an analogy of the Manhattan Project, noting that even with thousands of participants, only a tiny fraction of individuals involved were privy to the true nature of the mission. Regarding political figures, Eshed alleges that President Donald Trump was aware of these extraterrestrial interactions and came very close to revealing their existence publicly, a move discouraged by the others by entities involved. Additionally, Eshed claimed to have met with Elon Musk, stating that the entrepreneur is well aware of these realities and that his company SpaceX is involved in work related to these extraterrestrial matters. Within the cosmic fabric and survival of death, a major philosophical theme of the discussion is Eshed's perspective of the nature of consciousness. He posits that the human mind and the experiences accumulated throughout a lifetime do not simply vanish upon physical death. Instead, he describes these experiences as being absorbed into a cosmic fabric. The framework suggests that while the biological body is temporary, the essence of an individual's consciousness is a permanent contribution to the universe, persisting as a form surviving data or energy within the cosmic structure. So, with that being said, we go for 5 years and basically don't hear anything from Kai Mashed. Additionally, there have been there have been reporters who have tried to interview the author of the book, the publisher, and Kai Mashed, and the answer that they're given is that um, interviews are not available. So there was this big question: how, Chaim, are you going to give such an amazing amount of information and then not follow up on it? So basically, what we've learned just recently in June 2026, we see a reemergence of Chaim Mashed. So there was an interview that occurred on June 10th with Uri Geller, whom many people may be familiar with um, as a oh, someone who has made some major claims in the past without going into them from a historical standpoint. Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Mashed, the former head of Israel's space security program from 1981 to 2010. They addressed the public inquiry. Geller opened by acknowledging thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi-year silence following the controversial 2020 revelations. And Time Shed in English, you can get this. He talks about a Men in Black encounter. He attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Uh, he Heshed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following the encounter until he could consult with Geller. And um, this is the most recent discussion that we've had, but it does put a nice bookend to this story, or at least a bookmark for the time being, to know that Ashed is still alive, that he's still of sound mind, that nothing has happened to him, but he did seemingly get some type of threat from some type of Men in Black organization. And with that, that's basically the overview of the Haim Ashed um, topic that occurred in December of 2020 and then has since had some reemergence in June of 2026. That's correct. Well, they're both Israeli, and I think that they're both they're both Israeli, and I think probably they've built some type of friendship over the course of their time. And he trusted Uri Geller. There's a question regarding Haimesh's ability to get this message out. He's in his 90s now, So it's not like he's very active on social media. And if he did want people to find out about what he's doing, Uri Geller may be someone who has enough of a social media pull and enough people to get interested in what happened. So there may be some type of friendship that they had, perhaps with their common nationality, but that is not revealed why Chaim Eshed went directly to Uri Geller. It's just that it does seem that Chaim did have some trust in Uri Geller, and Uri Geller at least was able to get this information out in June of 2026. They also discussed the fact that Heimished does not um, retract any of his statements, that he still believes that the Galactic Federation exists and that we are being visited and that we are perhaps, we have had some type of connection with them since at least the 1950s, or at least the U.S. government. So that was eye opening as well. The fact that the information that was provided in December of 2020 seems to still be accurate in June of 2026. Well, it will have quite a shock from all aspects of human society. Certainly, from a religious standpoint, we're unique within Judaism that we don't have one central figure that basically ushers doctrine. So, generally, people are going to go to their local rabbi and ask, how is this being interpreted? And at least the great poseks or the great sages within Judaism of the past, including Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe of Chabad Hasidic dynasty, uh, never closed the door on these types of interactions, and if anything, recognizes that there may be developments that occur. And just something that has happened within Judaism and many religions is we evolve for our entirety of the existence of our religion. We've had to evolve, we've had to adapt. And so, with the overall disclosure that may occur, people may, within Judaism, recognize that this is just another point at which we need to adapt and recognize that we're not alone. That doesn't mean that we still can't keep kosher. That doesn't mean that we still can't celebrate Shabbat. That doesn't mean that many of our familial traditions don't remain existent. It just means that we may not be the top of the food chain in terms of the species that exist on Earth, or at least within our universe. And it's a very mature discussion that has to be taken within a religious framework, but it also a societal framework and a governmental framework to recognize that our government leaders may just in their own way be as vulnerable to alien technology as we are, or perhaps the alien question, the alien phenomena, in terms of um, how we interact with each other. It is quite a, a eye-opening opportunity for humans to recognize that we aren't all that different, that we share much of our DNA, that we have common more in common than we do that divides us. That we have many topics that unite. Okay, just one moment. Let me refresh. Can, well, it could have to do with all of the uploading that I do, so I may have to turn that down. Okay. You don't hear me at all? You still don't hear me at all? Okay. So, I was okay, excellent. So I was answering the question, what does disclosure mean for humanity from a religious standpoint, certainly from a societal standpoint? And it's going to have a mega impact. It's really the biggest event in global history. And for those of us in the movement who keep trying to push disclosure, um, certain media events like Disclosure Day may help to advance the topic to the uh, global consciousness. It's a mature discussion that we need to have as a people, that we aren't alone, and that perhaps much of that which connects us from a technological standpoint may be reverse engineered. And just in general, we have to recognize as a people that it's okay that we aren't alone, that we are basically babies or children or evolving on the Kardashev scale, moving towards a type 1 civilization. And eventually, perhaps, hopefully, getting a seat at that galactic federation and be able to be considered one of the advanced civilizations, at least within uh, the known universe. And for those reasons, I think that it's important to be able to share this information with people, to connect with people who aren't familiar with many of these topics, and to address it in a mature fashion. Don't make jokes about it. Don't say little green men. Don't make jokes about alien abductees. These are very serious topics that um, we need to take seriously as a civilization. It's an excellent question. I personally think that much of what we're seeing in terms of decentralization and artificial intelligence is perhaps reverse engineered technology, perhaps from Roswell or perhaps from other connections that we may have with extraterrestrial civilization. I am someone who thinks that it is a inevitable that we, if alien life does exist somewhere, perhaps, and we're able to travel huge amounts of distances, that we should perhaps be of a mind that we will be able to communicate with these different races in one way or another, and we would ask them for their technology to some extent or have some type of technological exchange. I think that if we look at just piece by piece, artificial intelligence, is this alien um, technology? I would say yes. Decentralization, is this alien technology? I would say it's certainly related, especially within computing. And if all of our computing or generally can be traced back to reverse engineered alien technology, according to Philip J. Corso, well, then basically anything that we have that experiences as any type of influence of computing in the future will have some type of aliens will have had some type of effect on it. In terms of mega projects, one of the things that I like to talk about, mega projects, something like a Bering Strait tunnel in the past may have cost trillions of dollars. This would be a tunnel that connects Asia to North America. Um, the ability of AI to be able to create accurate models, to be able to perhaps allow this type of a mega project to be done in a safer, more efficient manner is certainly something that's an opportunity. And if we did reverse engineer alien technology, to be able to create computing and or at least advance computing, then the idea of aliens having an effect on a mega project such as a Bering Strait tunnel or a Strait of Gibraltar tunnel or even the development of another Suez Canal or another Panama Canal would all have the fingerprints of alien technology on it. And that's okay. That's if we, during the period of the Columbian expansion, we saw when we would, or when humans would have interactions with people, tribes, or whatever, where they wasn't experienced before, there would be a technological exchange that would happen. Perhaps rifles for hide, or um, some type of beads, or some type of ceramic, whatever it may be. And this is to be expected. It's just being seen on a very much larger uh, way now because of the advanced uh, nature of aliens in comparison to what we have had here on Earth. The difference between a European nation and an indigenous nation in the in North and South America is much smaller than the difference between an extraterrestrial intergalactic civilization and what we have as Homo sapiens. So we're going to see uh, much more of a technology gap, but it's okay. We can use the alien technology that we perhaps have been able to reverse engineer to make Earth better and to make people safer and to make things more efficient and to just better the overall lives of humanity. I would I would say from a spiritual standpoint, it's best that people recognize that we as Homo sapiens are human and that there's a humanist standpoint that needs to be elevated, that we need to take care of ourselves as a species. Um, and certainly traditions of old and doctrines of old are important to us today, but the overall humanist nature of that which we're doing from a standpoint of positivity and bettering ourselves, self-improvement is very important. Um, and in terms of perhaps being able to have some type of disclosure in the future from a governmental standpoint, we need different agencies and perhaps different boards and um, different just administrations, no matter who's in office, to recognize that if aliens exist, then the overall understanding that they're here on Earth is an inevitability. And if that occurs, how are we going to best get this information out so that we don't have what Time Machete says is this mass panic that may occur, like what had happened during War of the Worlds or whatever it may be? And to recognize as well that there's nothing to panic over. If anything, it's something that we should celebrate. That finally, one of these big questions that we have as a species, are we alone, is checked off. And the answer is no, we are not alone. I think that's a really important discussion that we need to have. And within our own homes, we need to have that discussion to take this topic seriously. And within our own communities, whether secular or religious, to recognize that this is something that is occurring, that it's not something to fear, that it's something that we have to recognize is a inevitability generally if other life exists the in not just our galaxy, but in the universe in general, and to take it seriously. In terms of the media, I I really challenge the media to take this topic seriously. I and I'm sure I'm not alone. I can't stand it when we hear television reporters talking about little green men or about getting probed by an alien technology. That's not funny. This is a very serious topic, and we need to treat it with that type of severity. It's very important that people recognize that we are a people who has to come to the conclusion that we are not alone. And however people want to handle that, that's up to them. But we shouldn't panic. I don't think that there necessarily needs to be any major change to the daily lives of individuals if alien disclosure is brought to the forefront. Because if you look at testing, if you look at polling from Pew Research and CBS News in the last half decade or so, it shows that about a majority of at least Americans recognize that we probably aren't alone. And none of us have had mass panic or um, have gone and caused chaos in the streets. We recognize that this may be something that exists, and we just need to handle it in a mature fashion. So, from that type of perspective, I think it is um, something that we could handle on our own. Now, there's always been a discussion about Project Bluebeam, and maybe something will be forced into the global consciousness, some type of idea, perhaps like a um, motherships over the major cities of the world, either in realistically or some type of hologram or augmented reality that is shown to force people into cities. There's been a messianic figure that's been discussed within Project Bluebeam to usher in a new world order. Those types of discussions have been brought about by whistleblowers, whether they're real or not. That's not for me to decide. But I'm someone who would like the process of disclosure to take place in a mature fashion. We don't need to panic over this. We don't need any type of uh, global chaos if this information is brought to the forefront. And just generally, just like with any type of new technology or new information or any type of newsworthy event, we handle it with maturity. Absolutely. So, first and foremost, if people want to watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, you can type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live. And you will see more live streams of any single individual than you've ever seen photos. It is a real life Truman Show. But what makes it really interesting is that I open my life to anyone who wants to communicate with me through my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. What does that do? If you go there, you can connect with me 24 hours a day. We will play games together. We will challenge each other. I'm there for pastoral support. I get people who come in about deaths in their family. I get people who come in about relationship advice or employment advice or any kind of advice. We build friendships there. We have nearly 3,000 people within that community, some people who live alongside me 24 hours a day. So, for anyone who wants to connect with me and talk to me about any of these topics, as well as some of the other topics that I love to talk about artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, space tourism, space elevators, interstellar travel, terraforming of other planets, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, ending world thirst through types of technologies like building of wells and life straws and desalination, or even upcoming types of emerging technologies like de-extinction. If you want to connect with me from any of these, please check out what I do. Go to Rabbi Rothschild, type that into YouTube, filter by live. You will find more content that you will ever find. If I may ask, Kai, can you go to YouTube and filter by live with Rabbi Rothschild in there? That's just one of my channels. Can you filter? That's just one of my channels. Can you filter by live? So that's just one of them. You type in Rabbi Rothschild, and then there. Oh, okay. No, there's not just one live one. It's within the search.
So Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, now see where it says filters on the right. Okay, filters. Do you see filters? Okay, and then go to live. So in the upper right, no, okay, so not Rabbi Rothschild live. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild. That's it into YouTube. You can remove the live. Yep. Okay, and then on the right side you see filters. Um, it is like maybe halfway to the right edge of the screen. Um, there's yes filters. Now press live. It's the fourth column, the first option in the fourth column. Yeah, that one. Okay. Um, so now what we're seeing, if you scroll down, you'll see my live streams that I have going, and there should be quite a few of them. Yes. So you're seeing all of my live streams. Some there are some other ones in there as well, um, but a huge amount. Keep scrolling, if you would please, so that you can see it's a real life Truman Show of what's going on. Keep scrolling down, all the way down. Keep going, keep going, keep going. So you see exactly that's how many live streams I have going, and there should be perhaps exactly. And I have four. Yeah, right now you go in there and you see me. Absolutely, yes. So what I'm saying is I have more data than any person's ever archived on the entire internet. This is absolutely, yes, absolutely. That's why my internet is so slow because I'm ex- exactly. But there I am. Exactly. So so I perhaps have to So I'll perhaps have to turn down some of my streams for our upcoming discussion because I do apologize for not being as clear as possible. But as you can see, why? It's because literally I have a Truman Show going on, and it's more data than any person's ever uploaded in the history of the world. And the reason why this is important is that in 2017, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And that has a huge effect on the world because I have the largest archive on any single individual in global history. And so, what does that mean? That means that future generations are going to study the years worth of content that I have created, like a timeline or a time capsule, which is of incredible importance to the world to know what was going on from a day to day standpoint, but also what was going on from a global history standpoint. People are going to be able to study human biology, circadian rhythms, eating habits, behavior patterns, sociology. Every aspect of the human life can be studied, which I think is a major event. And I'm really doing my best to push disclosure with this project. People can see the discussions that I've had over the course of the last 4 years, almost five. Again, when I say I think this is the biggest event in global history, I mean it because of all of the data that we've archived, and we're pushing the disclosure movement. And so when people find out about this project, that wait, you mean I can go back to your life any moment of any day for the last 4 years, essentially almost 5 years, and know what was going on, not just in your life but in global history? I say yes. And when people find out about the discussions that I have on de-extinction, uh, basically people don't know the first successful de-extinction happened in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is spotted known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, followed by the Tasmanian tiger, and then the dodo bird. These are immense, amazing questions that we are archiving in real time in the discussions that we have on life extension and perhaps mind uploading, where with someone's consent, we'd be able to scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being. Whatever they want to be is an immense conversation that the world needs to hear. And I have these types of discussions every day. We're talking about emerging into a new type of species, moving away from Homo sapien and into some type of species that is able to extend its life, that's able to reverse age, and perhaps is able to delay death indefinitely. And moreover, there are other things that we talk about, like revivification technology, perhaps bringing back the dead. So, for anyone who likes these types of futurism discussions, come to my Discord. Let's chop it up. Watch my old streams that I have. I have these types of discussions every single day. And Ty, I'm so glad that you have the opportunity to see all the live streams that I have going at any given time, which explains some of the technical issues that I have. But also, you recognize that people will be able to watch this not just a year from now, not just a decade from now, not just a century from now, not just a millennium from now, but even further. This is basically a real life, in person timeline and time capsule of human history. And with that, anybody who wants to see what I do from a social media standpoint, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, which you've seen some of them. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. This is the world's biggest treasure hunt of content in global history. And when people find out about who I am and what I do, it's going to be one of the biggest events in global history. Well, uh, it's one of those things, at least with Amazon Web Services and some of the other major data centers, um, they have redundant data centers. So if one of their servers is taken out, perhaps it's saved on at least multiple. I have a certification in Amazon Web Services, so I know firsthand that's at least what the plan is. If there is any kind of mass blackout, for anyone who wants to check out what I do, again, Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube Filtered by Live. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. All of my social media is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And then you can check out my blog to see what my daily thoughts are on topics that affect every single person today. And that's rabbirothschild.medium.com. And with that, I sincerely, again, want to apologize for any kind of technical issues that I had, but I want to thank your audience. I want to thank you. Well, yes, absolutely. Well, so for anyone out there, um, just know you can find all of my discussion for more than 4 years. This is such a huge event. Again, excellent. And I say this and I mean it. Anyone who hears me and helps promote me, I want to make you a trillionaire someday. It's like, okay, how are you going to do that, Rabbi? I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, and it's not monetized. So essentially, what I want to do is give you and your listeners the opportunity to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own once all of your needs are taken care of. Because I will be able to promote myself with the monetization, with all my social media, with cryptocurrency, and to be a spokesperson. My intentions are in the future to wear like an F1 suit, like a racing suit with different logos on it, 24 hours a day, and basically be a real time promoter of different companies and take all of that money, put it into a 501(c)(3), basically a very large trust, and then they'd be able to give back to the people. Because at a certain point, once we all have comfort, we don't need anything more. And so that's the plan. Yeah, so we're perhaps in the future I will have multiple of those. Most data archived in global history, most sleep hours, most meals on camera. Um, I've been doing this nearly 5 years, so the amount of Guinness World Records that we will have is yet to be determined. But the big one is most amount of data ever archived to the internet on one single individual, and I look forward to many more. So for anyone out there who wants to go through the treasure trove, just go to my link tree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. and you could literally spend 100 years from this moment right now just watching my streams because I have so many different angles to watch. Over the last 4 years, there's more than 25 different angles, and that's just on YouTube. That's not Rumble, which is also saved. That's not Twitter, which is also saved. That's certainly not Twitch and some of the other platforms that I have content. So when I say Ty, I think this is the biggest event in global history. It's just going to take going viral, and when I do, we're going to do a lot of good in the world, including hopefully promote alien disclosure. Excellent. I just want to thank you so much, Ty, and apologize for the issues that we're having. I didn't recognize. I I can make some changes perhaps in a future discussion. But as you can see, I'm uploading the history of the world, so hopefully people will understand what we're doing. And I certainly have done enough StreamYard that I recognize that I will let the upload finish, and hopefully it does. We work out any kind of audio issues, and just know that you're in the annals of history. That's right. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Whatever we need to do, I'd appreciate another opportunity, and we can talk about whatever you'd like. I'm glad that I was able to get out the Chaimashet. And if, for whatever reason, even let's just say, I mean, it's going to upload, God willing, but let's say it didn't. I'm archived on all these different platforms that I can give you as clean of audio as you would ever want, basically. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. We've got backups and backups of the backups. And that's why I have so many redundant streams because you never know what kind of technical issues that you may run into. So, with that, Ty, I want you to know how much I appreciated your time. Go ahead. Yes. Oh, okay. I can do that. Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you so much, Ty. And I will exactly. I will open up that link in another browser, and I'll let this one continue. If you need anything from me in the meantime, feel free to email me, and I'm here to help you. Okay. So thank you so much, and enjoy your dinner. You as well. Thank you. Bye. Oh, internet. Why? Why, internet, did you fail me when I need you the most? Internet, why do you fail me when I need you the most? Oh, Internet, why must you fail me when I need you the most? You okay? Yeah. What would you change? The internet working better. What else would you change? Friends, if you're watching this ever, now or in the future, I did the best I could. You can only play the cards that you're dealt with the internet. Are you okay? Yeah, I mean, I can only do so much. Do you think it'll be fine? Yeah, I think it'll be good. Really? Yeah, because the thing is saved locally. Hopefully, it's okay. I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it now, though. I did the best that I could. And Israel in the future is going to be like, Doug, you talked about us. I'm going to be like, I talk about you all the time. Like you're my children. Really? Yeah. Are you the father of Israel? I'm the father of everything. If Chaim Mashad is the father of the Israeli space program, then I'm the father of Israel, baby. Do you think Chaim Mashad would be proud of you? Or is proud of you? Yeah, dog. Really? Somebody needs to get his story out there. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm glad that it didn't, that he let me go and just, we'll see what happens. What do you think was wrong? I had too many programs open. These people who want to do these live streams, it's a lot of them. Are you okay? Yeah. Are you all right? Yeah, I just wish my internet didn't suck. What would you say to Ty? Dude, like, apologies about the internet. I can't do anything about it, though. And he might be like, dude, you can stop shooting on like 50 different things. Yeah, that's primary. That's the goal. Um, oh, are you all right? Yeah, I mean, you never know. It may turn out to have been okay because of the local archive.
Are you gonna be okay? Are you sad? I'm I'm happy, but I'm sad. Are you okay? It is what I can only, if anything, it's a lesson to Israel. Have really good connectivity, but also you can only control that which you can control. And then people will see. I just tried to keep going. I tried to pursue. I just tried to persevere, I should say. And live streams are difficult. Are you okay though? Yeah. Are you okay? Oh, I did the best I could.
Are you okay? We're getting this story out. Did it hurt you? No. Just anybody who learns about what I do, it helps. Are you sad? I'm doing everything I can, folks. I mean, there's a chance that it uploads and it was really good. Really? Yeah. Are you sad? I mean, you never know. You could blow up. It's just like Are we okay, kid? Are we okay? I mean, this is the only thing I can be, kids.
You've been live streaming for 4 years?
More than that.
All right, well, dog, your streams suck. No, some are okay.